Good morning. I am groggy McGroggerson this morning. Don't really know why. Well, did wake up at like 3 in the morning and had broken sleep since then. And as you're probably aware, I am recovering from a cold, so but yeah, I haven't felt this groggy in the morning for quite a while. And sadly it coincides with me running out of coffee and only having enough for a very weak coffee, which I'm kind of sad about. But there it is. I have absolutely zero faith, not that I want any, of getting this run this morning because of how I'm feeling. Oh, it's also cold because after wall-to-wall sunshine for the last couple of weeks, it's been horribly cloudy since yesterday. And it's starting to feel more like England again, sadly. But I think we've got a couple of days forecast for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, of around 20 degrees maximum and wall-to-wall sunshine again before the beginning of next week, when we get rain and cloud probably for the rest of the year. So I'm going to try to enjoy those sunny days if they do come, and warmth while I can. And then maybe next week I'll be back in the mood to start climbing again. Oh, hear me. Can you tell I'm tired? Goodness. News from yesterday to start the stream. What the fuck? Was he supposed to jump there? I feel like that was a premature jump. Not that it matters. So the engineer came early afternoon, which was perfect timing for me. And apparently he was told only to install an electric smart meter and not for the gas as well. Despite me being under the impression it would be done for both at the same time. So that was something. However, he seemed to do a good job for the electricity, and it's still working. So that's good. So yeah, then I obviously had to contact the energy company and say, where's the gas meter? So now I have to wait for them to get back to me on what might happen with that. I also had to do a bit of banking yesterday and got flagged for potential fraud and had to speak to my bank, so that was fun. And because it was cloudy, I didn't spend any time outside. However, after I'd double checked the meters and locked the cabinets and stuff after the engineer left, Bibby, my neighborhood cat, my best friend, was slinking around when I was just heading back in the house. So then she came in the house for a while, and we had a little cuddle inside. Actually several. I introduced her to one of my tennis balls, which she loved chasing around and playing with for a bit. And she spread her smell around and became more comfortable being inside. So, even more reason to not get a cat of my own yet. Because she's around. And I couldn't possibly do that to her. Because I love her to bits. Or I love her to bibs. Because I call her Bibby, because she's a tabby cat with a white colouring on her chest. It looks like a bib. Hence the name. That was sweet. We had a nice cuddle and time inside. And stream related, I watched some of the VOD, like I normally do. Check things out. And at some point yesterday, I was fighting the ape. And not one, but two people, including Derman. Shout out Derman, if you're out there. And a new face. Derman and a new face comes in and says, wow, the stream was really laggy while you were fighting ape and stuttery or whatever. But now it's fine. And I was like, I even looked at the preview for a bit when they said it was laggy and noticed it looked a bit choppy as well there. And I was like, oh yeah, that's OBS. OBS sucks. I've had this ongoing problem with OBS for ages, blah 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 blah. I explained it, talked about it for ages. However, this is gonna blow your mind. I watched that bit of the VOD back, and it was smooth as butter. So not only must it have encoded and recorded smoothly, the preview lied to me, and Twitch, I guess, lied to my viewers at the same time. So we all saw stutter, and on the VOD, there was no stutter. It was perfectly smooth. I died, yeah. But riddle me that one. And if you want to check it out, Isa, My Ace, and Derman, check out the VOD from yesterday. Look about halfway through where the ape is when you start chatting. When you say it's laggy, and I say, oh yeah, I see it on the preview, and start complaining about OBS, and witness the perfectly smooth recording that we are saying is stuttery. And then think, huh? Like I did. So, it obviously wasn't anything to do with me, or OBS recording, or encoding, or connection, or bitrate, because it ended up on Twitch's servers smooth as butter, so we have to lay the blame for that one with something between Twitch and your viewing, I suppose. That's the only thing that explains that one, I think. The weird thing is, even on my local preview, it looked stuttery. Briefly. Mind you, that could just be a coincidence for something else, because I know that the preview in OBS can be misleading and have its own kind of little stutters that don't appear on stream. So I think we can take that out of the equation and just say despite the encoding and the upload and everything being perfect, somehow Twitch made it stutter for the live playback, but not for the VOD. So maybe and it's hilarious because I was watching this back and thinking, you're complaining about OBS, you're shitting on OBS, and you are watching this perfectly smooth recording provided by OBS, and and everyone's complaining about it stuttering when it's perfectly smooth. So go figure. However, today I thought I would mix things up again, and I have done a couple of things. I've disabled adaptive quantization because I just want to see what the quality difference looks like. So that's the quality change in terms of OBS settings. Alongside that, I have enabled Twitch enhanced broadcasting, so you can now watch in any resolution you wish, servers permitting. And I thought doing that might have some bearing on potential Twitch to live viewer lag or stuttering that may have been, or that was experienced yesterday by at least 2 of my viewers. Because what that does is increases my video encoding and GPU utilization a little bit at this end, which I'm fine with because I've got plenty left. But it also means that Twitch allows me to upload, but indeed needs me to use more bandwidth to upload. Whereas if you just do one resolution, you're limited to 6,000 kilobits per second bitrate. With Twitch enhanced broadcasting, it goes to like up to 12,000, between 10 and 12,000, flicks around a bit. So if I have that enabled, I'm just wondering if Twitch might just allocate the stream a little bit more bandwidth in general. And then maybe whatever happened yesterday at the viewer end, and only at the viewer end, because the Twitch VOD is perfect, at least at that point, that whatever that lag was might not happen. That's what I'm thinking. So 2 experiments. One, disabled adaptive quantization just to compare the quality. Obviously I'll just be comparing that at the 1080p resolution. And turned on Twitch enhanced broadcasting to see, well, just to see if that has any bearing on anything. I have done that before. The problem with that was, oh yeah, I really actually need to, before I do anything, quickly flick to my stream and make sure it's not recording music to the VOD. Because that was one thing that it did rudely last time I put this on. So let's watch a bit of my VOD. Need to pause my music. Right. Yeah, I can't have any music on the VOD. Unless it's just super quiet. Let me just turn up my overall volume just to double check. Nice. Okay, it's looking great. Quality looks fine at this. Just a quick little run through, but that's just one thing I needed to check, because last time it screwed me over by putting music on the VOD, but there is no music on the VOD. Excellent. Well done, OBS, I guess, on this one. Okay. Let's continue. I was going to say thanks for reminding me to do that, but I would just be thanking myself, because it was me who reminded me to do that. Sure, why not? Thanks, me, for reminding me to do that. Alright, so that's where we're at. But yeah, we're definitely higher on the utilization today. Yesterday it was between, I mean, normally it's like around 40, 35, 40 all the time. Today, it's going up and down a little bit more. It's generally 40 to 45 up to sort of 50. It's sort of between 40 and 50 more than, so it's a little bit more utilization. The biggest difference my end is the video encode, which is 33% instead of around 12, which makes sense because it's encoding more versions of the stream in different resolutions. However, oh, actually, the 3D utilization is basically the same. Yeah, the biggest difference is definitely the video encode. Oh, I hope I don't get a cough. I don't think I will. But yeah, it's flicking around more, for sure. But still, with Twitch and Nets broadcasting, we're still chilling. And literally chilling, because the graphics card's at about 35 degrees Celsius still. Which is the temperature I currently wish it was in this room, because it's actually really cold in the house, and I almost put the heating on this morning. But putting the heating on in April is hard to justify and feels like you're slipping back into winter, so I don't like doing that. I like having faith in spring. Alright, I think that's my morning introduction to the stream rant about done. So maybe we can A, get a bit further in the game now, and or B, start talking about more meaningful things. Than what I did yesterday in stream quality and yada yada yada. We'll see. Let's try to kill Ogre first. A little bit risky, but that's my middle name, so unsurprising that I would play it riskily. Even on a hitless run when I shouldn't be playing things riskily. Oh, I also noticed that we have now unlocked VIP badges. So at least a couple of you out there, you probably know who you are. You might well see a nice little heart next to your name. If and when I remember to actually put it on. How did that come? That comes with 50 followers and 5 chatters at the same time. Yeah, they're the things you need for VIP badges, I think. So we have VIP badges. If anyone's excited about little icons, there it is. Okay, he just confused me so much with what he was doing. I think I'm okay. I had to improvise. Oh, I'm supposed to... Okay, we're good. That's Giobi going off script again, which I swear to God he does 50% of the time at least. So I used to shout out Grayson for that script, but as he didn't mention the fact that he goes off script 50% of the time, fuck you, Grayson. I guess. Yeah, he needs to update his video, for sure. He made it sound like it's just always consistent and Giobu always does the same thing and doesn't mention the fact that half of the time he actually doesn't do the same thing, so... I hereby remove my shout out for Grayson. It's a good script when it works though, but it doesn't work a lot of the time, and he fails to mention that in his video. Misinformation. Maybe I should put the heating on a little bit. It's fucking cold in here. Sheesh. Yeah, it must be about 14, 15 degrees in here. Which, when you're sat inside, is not warm enough. Really? And obviously without the sun we're not getting any natural warmth in the house. Although it's supposed to be sunnier again today, hopefully. Hopefully that's not a lie. Okay. Let's see if we can get past Bill. Or rather, let's see if we get past bull. Because I know I can get past bull. Let's see if we actually get past bull. That was a stupid risk. And that was a lazy dodge. We didn't get past bull. What do we do? Kinda want to at least continue the fight for now. For whatever reason. I like bull. We were that close to killing you. I mean, it's always kind of close. Tragic. Right. Take the opportunity to do save states. That's a good idea. Before starting another run. Yeah, I like the idea. Let's do that. Oh, it's cold. Yeah, I might. Just a bit of warmth would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'll be right back. Whoops. Yes, I have officially caved and put the heating on. But screw it, I'm cold. And I have a cold. And it is cold, so... Let's just pretend it's not the 10th of April. And, I don't know, pretend it's like early March or something. Still winter. Right, I don't think we need firecrackers. Let's go. Mojito? Why are you always thinking about mojitos? I'm not in tutorial genie, I can Mikiri counter. There it is. It's going to be nice and warm there in a minute. Gonna be sick. Shout out central heating. think I've gotten over my pride with Genie, and at least while it makes... What the fuck, dude? Well, I was rudely interrupted by a glitch. While it makes sense to pre-deflect, certainly when we're up against the wall, I'm just going to do it unashamedly now. Because I've had enough. Had enough of that move messing with my head. Yeah, keep trying to shoot me. It's great. There he goes. Was that was hitless? And we had to do a longer phase too. Yeah, good. Genie first time hitless, that's good. That's a good sign. Clearly putting the heating on made all the difference. No, it didn't. It did not. It's nothing to do with that. I was kind of thinking, because I think Dankest Crab doesn't stream early during the week, that I thought we might see some people from the US family popping in here, if he's not online. However, I don't think any of them have popped in here. However, if they are lurking in the background, hi! I hope you're doing well, guys. And stop lurking and say hi to me. Nah, you do what you want. This is all like nice chill streaming where I'm just nattering to myself instead of getting overexcited about raids and more people than everything kicking off, which is probably what I need when I'm recovering from a cold, and had only a week ago a ridiculous period of overexcitement that then led to illness. Not directly, but what am I doing? Continuing, because I just loaded a save state for Roberto, I think. Right, there it is. Anyway, shout out the US family. And there he goes. Boom. Shake the world. Okay, next is Centipede. Yay. My favorite boss. exciting. Sneakies. Whee! One entrance. Boo. GG girl. Appa. Bibi even ended up in my office yesterday, which is kind of sick. Pretty sure that's the first time she's ever been upstairs. And you know what, I'm actually, like, somewhat jokingly, but half seriously considering getting a cat flap. Just for Bibi, even though she's not my cat. Though I'm not sure how that would work. Because... yeah, I'm not sure how that would work. Although, I'm just thinking because cat flaps need some kind of collar on the cat to let them in, right? But maybe that's just smart cat flaps and you can just get normal ones that let any cat in. But then I thought, well, then any cat can come in. But then I thought, well, only Bibi would come in, because all the other cats seem afraid of me. Probably because of Bibi. Because Bibi's the queen of the corner and is not to be messed with. So that might be why. I'm not even going to do the loaded spear. Yep, full confidence. GG evil centipede. Let's go Emma bonking into old man tickling. it's so hard to stay focused on Emma. Like, I swear to God, I've been thinking about pretty much everything under the moon except this fight. It's far too relaxing. Anyway, time to wake up. To tickle the old man. With a new strat. Too slow. My brain shut off then. I was like, oh yeah, I know I'm doing the new strat. I have to attack and then Mikiri counter. But because my brain was in the old strat, I didn't attack quick enough. There you go. Old habits die hard. Here it comes. There it is. That's what we should have done. No shame in that, especially with tiredness and illness. Yep, give me more practice on it, old man. That's what we want to see. Have some crackers. Why, after a mortal draw, does Sekiro not move forward? When I'm pressing a direction, he just stands there and slowly sheathes his sword again. Why? Savio, are you out there? Why does he do that? Bloody annoying, dude. Know what I mean? So I have to step dodge, I guess. Oh, that's the big fire move. Okay. Cool. But yeah, that's really irritating. Let's... Yeah, I'm pressing a direction, like... I'm holding a direction, and he just stands there and sheathes his sword and only moves after like a couple of seconds? Why? So if I want to move, I have to dodge then. Otherwise he just freezes. What a weird mechanic. Wait, if I do it... No, even if I'm not pressing a direction when I mortal draw, he still just doesn't react to me pressing a direction until 1 or 2 seconds of him casually sheathing his sword. I guess that's just part of the mortal draw mechanic, but it's so weird that he just doesn't move and instead takes ages to sheath his sword before moving. Right. Okay, sure. At least we have confirmed that if I want to move after a mortal draw, I have to dodge. He isn't going to move by himself, even if I'm telling him to. Got it. Spam dodge, okay. Another FromSoft bit of coding that forces you to spam a button instead of just expecting the character to do what you're telling him to do. Classic. On the bright side, it's definitely warmer in here now. warm side. Which means Emma is even more likely to put me to sleep. Shit. Oh, Dermot, if you're out there, listen to that other KIZ song you sent. It's good. I definitely prefer the instrumental or the music side of the first track though that you sent. Like, I like that instrumentally better. And I've never been a fan of auto-tuned voices, which the high sort of chorusy bit of that track is kind of auto-tuned, which I don't like, but apart from those little slight criticisms, it's clearly another important song critiquing what? Something about the irony of fighting for freedom. Is that right? I'm asking you like you're there. Anyway, Ishin, let's go. Oh, old habits. There it is, nice. Wow, what the fuck? He's dead already? It's such a good strat, dude. Like, it's so efficient. It's actually scary how efficient it is. I still have divine confetti. It's crazy, dude. Shout out Saviour, my saviour. What a strat. And it just makes Ishin a piece of cake. If you get it right. Let him live. Let him live. Nope. GG. Yeah, great strat. Okay, let's go. New run. Wait, I just want to see if I can leave a little present for my boys. Damn. When they're not here, I can't tab their usernames. There it is. Yep. Nice. The boys have a present waiting for them next time they're in here. My boys. Okay. Alright, well it seems so far that Twitch enhanced broadcasting seems to be fine. certainly not using too much hardware. So, assuming everything seems good when I watch the VOD back later, we'll leave it on. And then all of you chumps out there with terribly old smartphones wanting to watch the stream can do so in 360p. Chumps. I love the chumps. I love all of you. I am of course joking about the chump thing. I can't talk, having held on to a 10-year-old pretty much smartphone up until only recently, in the last month or two. And I only upgraded because I literally had to, because apps that I relied on were getting updated and weren't being supported by that version of Android 7 or 8, whatever it was. And I was forced into upgrading. And I was annoyed about it. Because I was like, hey, this phone's been fine for me, I still like it, like, why are you making me upgrade? But now, I'm actually grateful for it, because my new phone is a shit ton better and cost half the price of my old phone. I mean, I basically just said, what's the best budget Android phone? And just got it because I knew it was going to be a lot better than my old one, and it is. I'm still not advocating. Okay, I'm still not advocating for forced upgrading though, because I'm sure my old phone could have lasted me another few years before it really truly broke or became too old to use. Anyway, I got the most life out of it that I could, so I did my part for the environment, etc. And for the human beings that we sadly rely upon exploiting for our minerals in order to make these gadgets in the first place, which came up yesterday as well. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go and read Cobalt Red. Cobalt Red. Important book for everybody to read. At least if you care about reality. And if you don't care about reality, I really wish you all the best in life. And for your sake, I hope you do one day. Before it's too late. For you and the rest of us. This is a good way of doing things. We start a run. If we get hit, we just run through the save states. And then we start a new run. Yeah. I think I've said this before, but I often forget what the best strat is. Overall strat for the background stream content, I mean. But that way I simultaneously get to do fresh runs often and don't get bored of resetting, because in between fresh runs, I always get to do all the bosses. Just if I get hit, it just means I forego the running sections for the rest of that run. So getting hit is a nice thing because I don't have to do running sections anymore. And at some point, if I keep doing that and forget what I'm doing, I may one day accidentally get the run done without realizing it. Which would be hilarious. What is this music, dude? Like, how Spotify goes from good music to like boring music, I just... Okay, didn't need to do that. I was thinking about Spotify. See, this is why we'll never get the run. Like, I'm on a run and I'm literally not paying any attention to what I'm doing. That is now the standard. And for any young budding hitless runners out there, don't follow my example if you want to get the run done sooner rather than later. How I play the game is not the way to do it. Pay attention to what you're doing. Don't take unnecessary risks left, right and centre for style points or whatever it is. Discipline yourself. And don't try to change the world and make it a better place as your main goal while you're trying to get a hitless run. You heard it here first, kids. Clapfish is not your best guide at getting Sekiro AP1 Hitless. Or indeed hitless running in general. However, if you want to figure out how to play a game without paying any attention to it, you're in the right place. Because if nothing else, that is something I am achieving, you could say, in some sense. Even when there's no one in chat. I still don't pay attention to what I'm doing. Alright, Gabriel, what you got? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna change it now to 70% of the time Gyobu doesn't follow the script that Grayson suggested is pretty much infallible, or whatever the word is. Grayson, you suck. No, it's a good script. You just forgot to mention in the video that it's not at all in any way reliable. Even if everything goes perfectly, and I know you could say, well, you turned him too much there, which happens sometimes, but even if you don't turn him and everything looks perfect, he can just do a random move instead of the move that you rely on. Why am I buffing there? Oh, why not? It doesn't matter. Part 1 is fine. That always works, unless you mess up. This bit is variable. That's what you want to happen. However, he often doesn't do that. Grayson, if you're listening, wait, how is he dead? How? How is he dead? He died before... He died with 2 firecrackers left over. Not to mention like 8 hits or something. Alright, review the VOD at 1 hour 7 minutes. He reminds himself vocally at 1 hour 7 minutes. What am I doing? We're safe stating. Okay. My goodness, man. I've seen him die early before, somehow, but never that early. That was something breaks on him sometimes in a good way, where he just dies really early. And God knows what causes it. If I knew what caused it, I would try to make it happen all the time, but I don't think it's repeatable. I think it's just whatever the game feels like doing, probably. No, don't bowl. Come back here. There he goes. Bonk. And we might as well just load, yeah. There's no point doing. On to Genie. Yeah, this is much better. If you get hit, you just go through the save states as a reward. Don't reward yourself for getting hit, kids. That's not the way. I don't know why I call people kids, but I am pretty old these days, so maybe I can get away with it. Use Mikiri counter. Okay, that was fair play to you. You got me in a corner. That was actually well played, Genie. I think that's the first time. That's the cleanest way he's managed to kill me, I think. The smartest way he's managed to kill me. He happened to do a very rare move at exactly the right time and exactly the right position to corner me. Clever boy. Mojito. Remembered Mikiri counter this time, that's good. He did an out of time backstep. That's fine when he's not going to shoot an arrow. got him against the wall so we can pre-parry. Although, never mind. Oh wow, my head was in phase 1. I could have easily got shot there because I didn't think an arrow was coming, but I must have run around him perfectly anyway, so sure. Classic tune in the background, by the way. I haven't had this one for a long time. Although it's probably not the classic tune, it's probably some modern remix of it, as is normally the case these days. Due to ever increasing lack of human creativity, alongside ever increasing making money left, right and centre from whatever old material you can, right? Slightly cynical view, but there is a lot of that around, so I think it's a fair comment. And indeed it is a new remix of a very old tune. Get your own tune. Oh, let's go this way for a change. Because variety is the spice of life, right? There he goes. Wait for it. Boom. Yeah. I blocked somehow. I think that was a little reminder because part of me was like, do I really want to do Centipede? Maybe I can just skip Centipede. And then I was like, no, you should do Centipede. And then I got hit on Centipede. So, I guess thanks for that. Little reminder of how easy it is to get hit on Centipede. And you should always practice Centipede. Likely ban evader restricted. Good morning to you, Sir Bot. It appears that you're getting away with it this morning because there's no one here to ban you, except me. And I'm sat back with a pad in my hands, so I can't be bothered right now. And if there are any non-mods lurking out there, they won't see your message anyway. Haha, joke's on you. And now I'm talking to a bot, so joke's on me. I suppose. How the world messes us up, huh? No, not the world. Look at how human society can mess us up. And mean we end up talking to bots. And we've turned the wrong way, but it looks like we're okay, yeah. GG girl. It's apple time. I was gonna say, wow, it is quiet this morning. But I guess it's still quite early, we're only an hour in, an hour and a quarter in, so it feels like I've been here longer because I guess because of going through the game quicker with save states. So this is the second 8 of the day. How lovely. Confetti in the eye. That's the sign of an efficient phase 1. That's the sign of a not efficient phase 2. Guess that can happen when you're focused on repositioning when you should be focused on parrying. I was afraid the second attack wouldn't hit me, so I wanted to reposition to try to make my deflect land. And I guess I shouldn't do that, I should just take the miss if it happens. Or, you know, just play better. We'll take this opportunity for a bit of 8 practice. I should have buffed that. I might. We can buff now. Okay. Yeah, poor Derman was struggling with loud music on the stream yesterday. I apologise for that, mate, if you're listening. That was Crunchy's fault. Crunchy came in here at the weekend and said, "What music? I don't hear any music," and then I turned the music up. I am guessing you're using some decent headphones or something, and Crunchy isn't. So you can detect the music in the background more easily than he can. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm guessing. And as such, you will be more sensitive when the music is loud. Just like I am with my headphones. Again, talking to you like you're there. When you're not there. Or at least you weren't earlier when I tried to tab your name in chat. Unless that only works when you've already chatted, and doesn't necessarily work if you're there lurking. I don't know how that works. And I'm still talking to you as if you're there. Streamer left alone for a few hours goes crazy while talking to himself. And starts talking to other people as if they're there when they're not. That's the one I meant, like, oh, well I just ruined it. Anyway, that was the attack that I tried to move for because that can miss you sometimes. But I should have just taken the miss if it happened. Lesson learned. Maybe, we'll see. A nice opportunity to buff actually there as well instead of getting some more hits in. Whack a buff on there and then finish him off. Nice. There he goes. GG8. Two to 1 on the 8 this morning. Not too bad. I think we are 1-1 on Ishin. And Emma, sorry, but you don't count. Wow. Now that was the response. Fair play, girl. You count, alright? You count. And no, I didn't do that on purpose. It actually looked like I did. I just buffed too late and couldn't dodge in time. Emma definitely counts. Of course she does. What on earth am I saying? How dare I disrespect the gentle blade herself? I'm sorry, Emma. Please take your bonking like a champ again. Like you normally do. Oh my goodness. Alright, she's really pissed off. Fair enough. I definitely didn't buff too late that time, so that one's on me. Well, they're both on me, obviously. Emma, I will never disrespect you again. How about that? You absolutely count as a valid boss in this run, okay? I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. Okay, there we go. Emma's little reminder of how easy it is to actually get hit on Emma. Thank you, my dear. Okay, there it is. Man, that felt like a long fight. Sounds like a nice tune in the background there. Savio, your strat sucks. It just got me killed. What the hell happened there? I did it exactly correct. And yet I apparently Mikiri counted too early. You said that wasn't possible with that strat. Savio, I demand answers. You ruined it. The perfect new strat has flaws that you didn't mention. How dare you? Either that or that's just a meme that I wasn't aware of. I will be clipping that for you, you little devil. If I remember. I will certainly be mentioning it next time I see your name in chat. false advertisement. It's not a perfect strat. Yeah, that makes no sense because every other time you deflect the shove, you buffer an attack, you buffer a Mikiri counter, and it works. You deflect, you hit, you counter. With no gap in between. And yet that time, the counter didn't work. I got stabbed anyway. I demand answers. Savio! Alright, now Sekiro's ahead. Sekiro. What's his name? Ishin. Ishin's ahead. 2-1 to Ishin. Emma's like, why aren't you counting my hits? And I'm like, because I lied about never disrespecting you again, Emma. Keck. Get bonked. Hit me if you can. Haha. Like I was ever gonna stop disrespecting you, Emma, come on. The whole point of the game is to disrespect you at the end. Obviously. You thought you had me. You thought incorrectly. You're never gonna hit me again. Try as you might. That was your last. They were your last hits that you will ever land on me. This I vow. Good night. Until tomorrow. Or indeed 5 minutes from now. Okay. Little slippery, are we? Slippery old man. Someone's been given his bath. Ooh, that was a low blow. Those shadows dance. Isn't it pretty? Shadows die 17,000 times. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I ignored my previous lesson when that happened, which was ages ago, which is probably why I forgot. If he does that, don't jump in. Alright, Emma, what was I saying about a few minutes later? We're back. we are back. But you're still never gonna hit me. Nope. I really need to just buff immediately though, not move forward first. It's not worth the extra second of buff. Are we done? Yeah, good. Right. No memes, please. Nice. It wasn't a meme. He granted my request. He just straight up hit me. Wow. The strobe camera effect. Adasia. Heck. Yeah. Fair enough, dude. Alright, so like 3 or 4 to 1 to Ishin now. this is not a good morning. But at least we weren't on a run, I suppose. Oof. What's the stream title? Practical Steps Forward for Humanity, Let's Go. Yeah, I haven't talked about that at all in the first hour and 45 minutes, have I? I guess I updated the title to be that when reviewing the VOD of yesterday's stream, speaking to Derman, when we started talking about that, and I thought, okay, great, that's going to be the theme now. But now I realise, as I can't seem to get his face in the sunlight, that'll do. That's what Crunchy and I were talking about at the weekend, that you can't force things, and yet things have to come organically. So the stream title today is may well not reflect anything on the stream. And I guess I asked for that by making the title specific. Before knowing what the stream or the morning would actually bring. Because I put that title on last night. So I guess don't do that again. Because if I hadn't done that, and I'd left it till just before the stream to put the title on, I probably would have gone groggy morning, let's go, it's cold, or something like that. And then it would have been much more suitable for the vibe of the stream. Which is the fact that I'm feeling groggy, it's cold, I've had the heating on. And we're still here, so. So yeah. All alone. With a megaphone. Keck. Ooh. How exciting. My phone made a noise. What have we got? Oh, nice. That's actually good. It's from Asus, everyone. It's an email from Asus. Basically, I'm still waiting for some cash back for my motherboard and my graphics card purchases as part of a deal that was on in December when I bought them. They did a fantastically well thought out thing of emailing me 3 months later saying, just looked at your request for cashback. Your order confirmation isn't enough for proof of purchase. We need your invoice. So please send it to us. And of course they sent this email to me from a no reply email address. Classic. So then I muddled around their web front end and uploaded a screenshot of the actual invoice several times, as best as I could, and I didn't hear back for another couple of weeks, and then I thought, this is kind of ridiculous. So I raised a support request with their technical support team, even though there's nothing wrong with the hardware, explaining the situation, and I just got an email from them, which isn't from, hopefully, a no reply address. Yeah, it looks like I can reply to it, saying, could you please send the attachments as a reply to this email? Unfortunately, the attachments did not go through via the contact form. So there we go. I had to circumvent the official way of doing things because apparently they can't make that work properly. But at least their technical support have got back to me and I can respond directly via email. So maybe we'll get to the bottom of that as well today. And I can finally get that cash back. Not that it's very much, but when I'm living off savings and not earning any money, every little counts, right? So that I can do this wonderful, meaningful work, sat here on my own talking about meaningful things, on my own for the most part. Shout out to the people that do come in here and join in, to try to make the world a better place, which I'm obviously going to have to do for a long time before even having the chance of actually making a difference. But nevertheless, is something that I'm dedicated to now. Because money doesn't exist and it's meaningless and not fulfilling at all. And life experience has showed me that much. So yeah. But while we still live in a monetary system, and I'm losing money by challenging the monetary system, dedicating my life to it, I guess it's worth chasing bits of cash back like that. At least when it doesn't take too much effort. But I suppose this is probably in their back pocket as a company, right? They don't make it super easy to get cash back, in the hope that people will buy their products anyway and then give up on the cash back because it's not actually that much money. Another wonderful bit of human activity that's only there because of the monetary system. What a waste of time. And energy and admin and everything. Life. What a waste of the pinnacle of life in the universe. Working in service for something that doesn't exist. Man, he looks so severe in that sunlight, doesn't he? You know what, I'm kind of hungry earlier than usual, and I probably should turn the heating off because the sun is coming out and I'm warm enough now. So what I'm going to do, while no one's here, is take a little break. Go get a little snack, turn the heating off, and then I'll be back. Enjoy the music meanwhile, and hope you're all having a wonderful Thursday. Yo. Turn the music down again. I'm back. The heating is down, the sun is out. The heating is off, sun is out. And I was away so long that my pad has turned off. Nice. Interestingly, the view at the moment in Sekiro with the sun in his face is actually very accurate for what's going on with me right now. It's kind of cool. I suppose we can leave the pad for now. But yes, I have with me a slice of bread with butter and Vegemite on it. So excuse me while I eat for the first time on stream. I don't normally eat this early, but screw it, I was hungry. And interestingly, the first bite has something hard in it. What the hell is that? Is that part of the bread? Who knows? Anyway. I got it out of my mouth. And there's another bit. What the fuck? And another bit. What is going on today? That must be a rogue grain or something from the bread, I suppose. However, it is top-notch sourdough white bread. And I'm probably going to give up bread again, I think, for fear that it's contributing to my autoimmune somewhat inflammatory skin condition. And I have been experimenting a bit with my diet to see what may or may not affect it. And sadly, I think even sourdough bread might be contributing. Despite the fact that I love sourdough white bread. And it's supposedly the healthiest bread. Or one of. But yeah. Might have to stop it again. What I really should do is test going full carnivore, I suppose. Just to see what that does. But I keep buying veggies. Because that's never felt like enough, you know. Internally, I always feel the need for some sort of carbs, I think. Even if externally, as far as my skin's concerned, it might not be the best thing. I also noticed, as a result of getting a smart meter with an in-home display or whatever they're called, that it seems to cost me roughly in electricity about 10 pence an hour to stream. Which is kind of interesting as well. And I guess that's more electricity usage than normal because I have to have my second screen on, which is a big TV and probably not the most efficient. And of course my GPU is even just stood here at the moment, currently churning out at a flat 43% 3D utilization and a flat 32% video encoding utilization. And obviously I'm uploading at a constant roughly 10 megabit per second. Yeah. Oh, someone's here. Fancy that. Amelia Smith, hi, how are you? Welcome, first chatter of the day. Excuse me while you catch me in a bit of downtime having my first bit of food on stream ever. Bit randomly. I'm okay. I'm recovering from a cold. I'm a bit of You're good, thanks for asking. Okay, you're starting to sound a little bit like either a bot or a Discord fisherman. If you want to invite me to Discord, I'm not interested. If you want to sell me digital artwork, I'm not interested. If you want to be here for a meaningful human-to-human conversation about how to make the world a better place, please stick around. Sorry if my assumption is incorrect, but I do get a lot of that being a new streamer. So I just wanted to get that out of the way so that neither of us waste our time, you know? I am wrong. Excellent. I do enjoy being wrong about such things. And there's an emote, that's always a good sign. What brings you here on this now fine sunny morning, which wasn't sunny before? It was actually cold enough for me to put the heating on this morning, which is sad for spring. Nothing randomly, okay. Found your way in it. When the stream content is currently me making eating noises and Sekiro staring into the sun, which is kind of similar to me because I've got sun in my eyes from outside now. Which is why I thought it was quite a funny coincidence that I happened to be paused in the game in that way. But while I eat, if you would, I'd love to hear a bit about you, what you're up to, whether you work, study, how you would like to make the world a better place, what your big challenges in life are, whatever you want to share. And it appears the mic isn't picking up my munching, which is good. Much, anyway. Maybe a little bit. And while I do finish eating, I'm going to turn the pad back on and relocate us in-game to have a nice view. There it is. Pick a side, any side. The sunny side? Sure. That'll do. Clunk, sorry about that. So you've gone quiet since I asked you about yourself. I I hope that's because you're writing a nice long message about answering some of the questions I just asked. But if not, and you're gone, I hope you have a lovely Thursday. Otherwise, please take all the time you need. And don't feel like you have to respond straight away. Although if I do never hear from you again, I am going to suspect you are in fact a bot. Noise coming in. There it is. Oh, okay. A little bit of food. Even if it's food that might contribute to my issues. It still feels good having eaten something. So, while we wait for Amelia to tell us about her, his or its self, which probably will never come. And we get the sun out of our eyes. Let's fight Ishin again. Sorry, Emma. I always forget about you, don't I? Keck. It's definitely been a morning of disrespecting Emma, but she has got a couple of hits in for it, so... You know, she's doing alright. She is doing alright. Oh, wow. There you go. I wasn't even looking at the screen, but... That still shouldn't be enough to get me hit by Emma. Let's continue. Bonk. Actually, let's not, because it's just going to take ages without a buff. So bots have learned to say that I am wrong when I think they are a bot. But they haven't yet learned how to say something meaningful when I ask them a meaningful question. I guess they're getting there. Good try, Amelia Smith Zero. Convincing name, by the way. The AI continues to learn. I suppose. I wonder what it's learned from this interaction, right? Maybe to name itself something more convincing? Maybe not to disappear when asked a question? Who knows? Maybe just simply that Clapfish isn't worth their time. Clapfish can detect us. Don't bother. Now I start to understand why I went into Beach Demon. Shout out Beach, by the way, if you're out there anywhere. I haven't seen you for ages, but I hope you're doing well. Went into his stream randomly once. I was chatting to him, and there were other, quotes, people popping in saying, "Hey, how are you?" And he would just ignore them, and I thought that was a bit rude. But Maybe that's just because he knows through more experience than me that they are just bots somehow. Nice guy, by the way. I hope to see him again sometime. I haven't seen him in here for a while, and I haven't seen him stream for a while, so I hope he's doing alright. With his big fat PC with a 4080 running on an old 1080p 60Hz monitor. By the way, that's stupid. Please upgrade your monitor. What a waste of hardware. Imagine you get a new PC like that and you're still playing Hollow Knight at 60 FPS. Dude, get yourself a new monitor. If you haven't already. Because that is a huge bottleneck for your hardware. How is he dead already? Oh yeah, new strat. Shout out the new strat. Even though it got me hit earlier. Nope. Okay, that works. No, I can't parry that. I'm in phase 2. Okay, this is going great. Honestly, I'm gonna go again. I am fueled up with a slice of bread, butter, and Vegemite. We can now get the run, I am confident. Don't laugh at me. That's you laughing. Oh yeah, okay. No one else is here, right, yeah. Amelia Smith begs to differ. Sorry, Amelia Smith 0. Who's still thoughtfully typing a long answer to my question. Either that or me asking such a meaningful question completely confused the AI and now it doesn't know what to do. That could also be the case. Ichiriowakey, a real person's here. How are you doing, man? Haven't seen you for a while. I believe it was a bot, yes. Were you lurking for that? Did you see... Did you see its messages? Ah, you just joined. Yeah, I believe it was a bot. It was a bot that knew how to say it wasn't a bot when I asked if it was a bot. But then clearly got confused when I asked it a meaningful question about what it's up to and how it's feeling these days and things like that. Because it went silent after that. Kind of funny. But welcome in, first human of the day. How are you doing? Thank you, mate. I'm getting worse and worse at the game as the stream starts focusing more and more on meaningful conversations with bots, I mean humans, in order to progress humanity forward, which is fine by me. So we may never actually get this run, but I don't care. We've been having a lot of good conversations recently. There's a lot of good content now on YouTube ready to be cut up and segmented into its own videos. I might even put it under my podcast list because I noticed alongside videos and shorts there is a podcast part of YouTube Studio as well, which might be more suitable for that content. Oh my god, it's another Amelia. What's happening? What's happening? And wait, that's not a first time chat, you've been in here before? Okay, now colour me intrigued. What's happening? I might feel like I'm getting worse while in reality I'm learning more and more types of hits that you can go on. Some might say I'm improving. Yeah, thanks mate. But honestly, yeah, I can't say I'm getting worse, really. What I mean by that is I'm less and less likely to get the run because I'm focusing more and more on what the stream is actually about in terms of my true intentions for it. Which is to have meaningful conversations with other human beings in order to change the world and make it a better place. Oh yeah, I've got PBs. My distance PB is Ishin. My overall PB, I've got a few one-hit PBs. I can't get better PBs without getting the run now. But that's been the case for 2 or 3 weeks, I think. So you could say it's close, but also far. What's so close but so far? Yet so far. Is that the term? So close yet so far. I think that's what people say. But like I say, it's all good. I am in no rush to get the run. The run is background content for something visual on screen, while I work towards the true goal of the stream, which is building a community to make the world a better place, and not to just run hitless runs while trying to generate income for myself, because that's been done before by many other people, and I am nothing if not novel and creative with my approach to life, shall we say. If I remember rightly, you're a bit of a Sekiro savant, are you not? That's good to hear, thanks dude. Yeah. I've also been ill for the past 5 days or so, so I'm sort of recovering from a cold currently. Oh, you're not? Oh, okay. I thought you were a Sekiro player for some reason. Oh, I got excited at the end of last week, and didn't get much sleep for three nights in a row, just because I was getting raids on the stream and new people, and we were having good conversations. So the stream was going well, and I joined a tennis club, which was exciting, and I was climbing a lot, which was great. And basically, I think through mingling with humans, filthy humans is at the tennis club for the first time, most of whom probably have kids and stuff. In amongst a lack of sleep and overexcitement about everything, I got a cold. So yeah, I had a sore throat over the weekend, and now it's turned kind of into a bit of a snotty, groggy mess, but it's fine. I've managed to stream every day, and I've just been having a break from exercise and activity and stuff. So it's all good. Thanks for your concern. Yeah, no, it's not troubling for me to speak. No, I mean, my throat's absolutely fine now. It's migrated to my nose. And just, you know, general bleh. But I'm recovering. I'm getting there. So Amelia Smith 0 came in, didn't answer my question. Then an Amelia James 2 popped up, said ha ha. What do we think about that, Ichiro? Real person? A bot having a laugh? What's going on there? No shot, yeah. I mean, kudos if it is a bot having a laugh, because that's pretty impressive. Bot thinks, oh, I'll go on a different account and say ha ha, and then run away again. With a similar name. Like, that's some pretty impressive AI, if that's actually AI. I would absolutely be impressed with that one. But why would it just say ha ha and nothing else? Amelia, are you real? I'm concentrating on you now. I'm getting hit by the ogre. which is... See, this is the sort of shit that happens at Ichiro. A boss that I should never get hit on. I get hit on because I'm focused on yapping, but it's all good. And the new strat now is, if that happens, I'm not going to keep resetting, I'm just going to go through save states instead. Oh, they're all focus hits, or rather lack of focus hits. Yeah, they're pretty much all focus hits. And a phantom save state, nice. But like I say, that's just some background content for the stream while we have a good natter. So Ichiro, what do you do, if you don't mind me asking? What do you do currently with your time here on Earth, your one life as a human being? How do you spend it? If that's not too personal a question. You can answer as fully or as as lightly as possible, as you wish. Trying to get by. Okay, so do you feel like you're in a financial trap? Because I was talking about that a lot yesterday. Because I was saying it's fine for someone like me who can fall back on some savings and live for a while without working in order to try to find a meaningful direction in life. But while I recommend that people follow their passions, curiosities, dreams, whatever it is, and stop working for money, because that's meaningless, someone could easily say, yeah, that's easy for you to say, I have to pay bills and I don't have any savings to live off, and therefore I have to keep going to this job that I hate in order to survive. So the whole point of that realization yesterday was, right, so what we need to discuss now is practical steps and ways forward that everyone can get involved in to change the world without feeling like they can't do anything about it. Ah, you're still in school, fair. Not that worried about money as of now, yeah, true. You'll get there, buddy. Alright, but this is important as well because I have talked a lot about the education system recently as well. Always something in the back of your mind about your career, yeah. Yeah. You are feeling the effect of societal conditioning already, of course you are, because the education system is a big part of it. Can I ask where in the world you are, just to get an idea of the education system that you're in? Although I assume it's relatively similar everywhere. From the States, okay. And what's your take on the education system thus far? Is it promoting and fostering your curiosity and natural motivation for learning, or is it making you hate certain subjects by forcing you to learn them when you otherwise would rather be doing something else? It sucks, yeah. Does that... You would go with the latter, yeah, okay. See, that's what I would assume, but it's nice hearing it from the horse. Well, it's not nice hearing it from the horse's mouth. That's not the word, but it's unsurprising to hear it. You know, because that's what I experienced, and that's what I believe most people experience. So it's not fostering your natural... Okay, he should have staggered, I guess I got the script wrong. Your natural curiosity and motivation for learning. In which case, would you prefer a system where you weren't forced into learning stuff that you're not necessarily interested in at that moment, and instead could learn or follow any naturally motivated curiosity that you have, while having access to any support or coaching you might think you need, and access to accurate, meaningful information on anything you would like to study, and do it that way instead? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, okay. see, we're already changing the education system for the new world because it's that easy. You do understand learning the useless subjects is just part of it. Well, this is the thing, right? There are schools, say like the Agora school in the Netherlands, where they allow students to follow their natural motivated interests and come up with projects of their own. And what the teachers do is help guide them and introduce them to information and subjects that will help them along that journey. So the best one example I came up with recently was a kid being forced to sit down and learn maths for 2 hours, no matter what. Okay, the kid might not be in the right mood for it, not interested in maths, and yet they are forced to learn it. What is that going to do other than probably make that kid hate maths? Right? I know, I struggled with that personally. Who otherwise might have fell in love with maths if it was introduced differently, such as asking the kid what they're interested in. Well, I was thinking about rockets the other day. How do rockets work? How do they possibly get from the ground into space? Well, that's a fantastic question. And then through some information availability and some coaching guidance, they could then be led down avenues and say, look, in order to understand that, you need to understand this, and then introducing the right maths at the right time and the right physics at the right time, and then because it's part of a meaningful context, that kid could then fall in love with maths and physics because it's helped them understand how rockets work, which was a naturally motivated interest coming from them organically. And that's just one example, So my education system would definitely be like that. It would be as much accurate information on everything that humanity has collected as possible, freely available, no money involved, accurate information because no one's making money from misinformation anymore. And quotes teachers, their job would be to identify what the kid is naturally motivated and interested in and encourage that curiosity and creativity and provide all the necessary materials and support for that kid to go as far as they want in that direction. Because you might start studying rockets and then get bored halfway through and want to learn something else because you started thinking about something else. That's okay too. That's fine. Then you start thinking about something else and you start learning stuff to try to explain that. There's no reason for this rigidity other than to force creativity and natural curiosity out of children, to make them lose their creative and naturally motivated thinking so that they become obedient economic cogs in the machine later on in life and just put up with a meaningless, boring career as long as it increases the overall GDP and has, quotes, benefits on the economy. Right? Not to mention it's very natural to start hating or develop resentment, anything which is enforced on you. Exactly. See, you're in school and you already get it. And of course you do, because it's obvious, right? I truly believe that if this was talked about meaningfully and people actually wanted to improve things in the world, in an ideal world, yeah. Well, this is the thing. It's only ideal because it's not real yet. Because we haven't made it real yet. But we can absolutely make it real. There's no reason why we can't, other than we haven't done it yet. But at the end, teachers are nothing but just trying to pay their own bills like the rest. Yep, there you go. And you've linked the issue to the monetary system straight away. That financial trap that I was talking about. teachers rely on the money for their well-being, for their livelihood. Well, definitely not their well-being, because money doesn't equal well-being. But for their livelihood, to pay their bills and to raise their children, whatever it is. And they are therefore beholden to the government or whoever's enforcing like these stupid policies and targets on them, like you have to make 90% of your class pass with a C or above, and that's how we're going to judge you as a teacher. And that's what your salary relies on. Not how well you fostered the curiosity and natural motivation of your kids and how creative and innovative they have become after school and what new ideas for society they may have come up with in the process. None of that. Nope. All you've got to do, Ichiriowakey, is pass a certain amount of exams with a certain grade and your teachers will be happy, even if you are depressed for the rest of your life. That's a ridiculously stupid education system, and one that's easily changed. No wonder society is doomed. Yeah, exactly. You see how it all links together. So, every human being's welcome in here, in this community that I'm trying to build in order to make the world a better place, and that has to start somewhere, right? And you may think, what can I do? I'm just one little human being amongst many billions. There's nothing I can do to change the world. But that's false. Because the only way to change the world is for everyone to stop thinking like that, right? And that's the only thing that's required. Because the more people that start realizing, actually, I personally can make a big difference, then the changes in society will just happen naturally. If everyone thinks that way, there would never be a change. Yeah, exactly. Which is why we can't change society very easily, or we feel like we can't. Because that realization of how we actually can change the world isn't taught in school, for example, when it should be. It absolutely should be. So if you are engaged and interested in changing the education system for the better, what you can do is be honest. Stop living a lie that you accept this way forward of having to learn maths when you don't want to. And say, look, I've been thinking about this, miss or sir. Wouldn't it be better if the education system worked this way? And, just start talking about it if you want to. Because the more people think about that, the more chance it has to change. And the only thing that's stopping us changing is us. Us collectively, all of us together as a human race, and each of us individually too, feeling like we can't make a difference on our own. Both of those mental blocks are the only thing that's stopping us change. And that's what this stream is about. It's not about getting Sekiro Hitless, as you can tell. It's about increasing awareness, first off, that we can change the world. And in fact, we are the only ones responsible for changing the world. No one else is going to do it for us, because we are the human beings creating the world that we live in. Either by just accepting that we can't change it every day, thereby making it into what it is now as a feelingly unchangeable society, or by recognizing that we can and actually orienting ourselves to that for the rest of our lives. Because if you do that, you live an amazing life, which is what I've started doing, which explains the overexcitement at the end of last week and getting ill subsequently. Being an introvert doesn't help either. Yeah, well, this is the other thing. Like, introverts left, right, and center, they are ripe for the picking for the powers that be, right? Because they're not going to stand up for themselves, even if they know what they're doing is wrong, or what they're being forced into is wrong. So introverts rise up. But it's so well ingrained within deep of your mind, it's very hard to take action. It's very easy to just think about it. But this is the thing, you clearly know that the education system is stupid. And I bet you anything, if you start talking about this with your peers and your friends at school, I bet you anything, most of them will say, yeah, I feel the same way. And then quickly what you'll uncover is, most human beings feel the same way. So all we have to do is recognize that most of us feel the same way. And when that happens, which is the job of this stream, we realize that actually we can easily change the world. A, because we all feel the same way about it. And B, to actually change the world, all we have to do is to decide to change the world. It sounds oversimplified, but that is actually a fact. And I think the more that's communicated amongst humans, then the more likely it is that we will change the world, and the easier it will become to change the world, to the point where the world will just change automatically because everyone's thinking differently now, and that's all it will take. So if you want to get involved, talk about it. Talk about it with your friends, talk about it with your teachers. And people will shoot you down and say, who do you think you are? You can't change anything. You better just pass your exams and be a good little boy or girl or whatever, you know what I mean? But that's when you know that person is kind of lost. And even if you get shot down like that and you feel bad, what you might have done is just planted a little seed of doubt in their mind that maybe a few years down the line it might grow into a nice new realization of, actually, that kid was right, you know? What the hell am I doing teaching kids like this when I know it's wrong deep down? You know? And the more individuals that start thinking that way, the more knock-on effects it has when they start talking to their loved ones or their families or their friends about it. And the more seeds are planted for change. And it's that easy. You just have to voice it and not live a lie quietly. And I know being an introvert doesn't help, because I consider myself an introvert too, although most people would consider me fairly outgoing and confident. I don't feel that inside. I guess I've just forced myself out a little bit, shall we say. And you know, you can always say, look, there's this streamer making a lot of sense about changing the world. It may sound ridiculous, but it has to start somewhere. Because I've highlighted to you that that is the only way we can change the world. So why not give it a good try, at least, you know? And that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. I'm halfway through my life now. And I've become depressed to the point of maybe not getting through the first half of my life. So now I realise that the only thing worth living for is meaningful pursuit of truth and fulfillment, and not living a lie anymore and trying to make the world a better place. Because now I have a bonus last half of my life, and that's the only worthwhile thing spending that time doing, because I only live once as a human being. And it's easy to forget that we only live once. And it's easy, yeah, and through forgetting that we only live once, it's easy to not do what's right and just sort of shirk our responsibility and, you know, play Sekiro all the time. Eat pizza and chocolate and watch Netflix and escape reality instead. Because that feels easier. We like to undermine and underestimate ourselves because that's an easy way out, yeah. And again, that's part of the whole system. It's part of the narrative. It's part of the education system. You know, like I say, you know directly that your creativity and your natural motivation is not being properly fostered, which would naturally benefit humanity and life on Earth, and instead is being squashed out of you through over control and being forced to do things that you're not ready for or that you're not currently interested in order to become an obedient cog in the economic machine, which means ultimately a completely meaningless life and a complete waste of your one life as a human being. And the sooner people recognize that, the more chance each person has of breaking out of that trap of feeling hopeless and actually living a meaningful life. And I want that for everybody. Like, this is literally about making the world a better place for every single person, from the richest to the poorest on planet Earth, because it would benefit everybody. Because money is meaningless, and that explains a lot of famous rich people ending up killing themselves and getting depressed. Because they realize that it's meaningless when they get there, and through an ever-increasing confusion and chasing for more money and more material things that doesn't actually fulfill them or give them a meaningful life, it's not hard to recognize where a lot of our mental health issues come from. You just have to look at the context and think, is this a meaningful pursuit for humanity, the way we are living? Or could we be doing things better for everybody and everything? No wonder people don't talk about money on their deathbed. Yeah, exactly. See, you know what's up, and you're in school. This isn't like just the arena for like older philosophical people or whatever it is. Everyone knows really the truth of things, from people in school to like, well, if anyone doesn't, and if anyone's stuck in a complete illusion or disillusionment that they can't escape from, finally got a death blow, it's probably the richest people in the world, right? Because the trap is that you become so disillusioned from society, or from reality rather, that you end up, through a much more serious mental trap, you end up defending how things are because you're supposed to be the most successful one. And the human mind needs something meaningful to connect to, and if it can't find anything meaningful to connect to, it can make meaningless things seem meaningful, and people have unhealthy relationships then with money, with material things, that say, no, it does make me happy. How dare you question my happiness? But it's easy to recognize that that's not actually making them happy, is when they become angry when you challenge it. Because if they were actually happy, there'd be no reason for them to become angry. You know what I mean? You know when someone's defending a point of view that actually isn't true when they become angry about it. Because if they were really, truly, meaningfully happy and fulfilled, they would go, huh, that's interesting, I haven't thought about it that way. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, you know? There would be no reason to defend a point of view. You get a lot of those when you enter the Souls community. Yeah. Interesting that you've learned that from the Souls community. So how about it? Are you up for the challenge? Spreading the word, doing your part to make the world a better place. And by the way, I'm not here to force people into doing anything. No, it isn't far-fetched, you're right. You find it everywhere, basically. Everywhere you look, people will defend points of view or activities that are meaningless and everyone knows are meaningless, but just because they've attributed their meaning in their life to it, and if anyone challenges it, they get really angry because their well-being, quotes, relies on that illusion. So if anyone tries to shatter it, they would have to face up to the truth of their life, and they can't handle that. And that's where their anger and frustration at being challenged comes from. If they were truly meaningfully happy, like I say, there would be no reason for them to get angry, and they might go, "Oh yeah, that's funny. I was treating that like with some kind of meaning when it is actually meaningless." Yeah, you're right. You know, it would be easy for them to think objectively if they were truly happy and truly content. You don't say yes or no, because even if you say yes, there isn't a way for you to know for sure, right? Instead, I would give it a go and tell you how it went. Yeah, I mean, whatever you feel comfortable with. And like I say, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, because I recognise that forcing people to do things that they don't want to do is, like we just talked about in the education system, not the way forward. I'm not on a proper run, am I? Nope. So it's really about pointing out the truth, recognizing that people can see the truth, and then saying, look, it's up to you, but if you want a meaningful life, and you only live once, by the way, this is how you can help, or this is how you can help change the world. This is how you can live a meaningful life, by challenging those systems that you don't agree with rather than going with them anyway because you feel like there's no other choice. And yeah, then you live a life of adventure. Then you live a really interesting life and not a meaningless, depressed one. Even if you get shot down left, right and centre, you know in yourself that you've aligned yourself with what truly matters and what is truly meaningful. And aligning your activities in life with that truth that you know from within you is true and right. No matter what happens, you can face it, and it will be the most exciting path through life that you can have. And I want that for everybody. I don't want people to waste their lives anymore, because I wasted the first half of mine, and I see people wasting their life whenever I go outside. You know, it's horrible. Wherever I travel in the world, it's the same everywhere, and I want to do my best to change that for the benefit of every single person. Not to mention you have a lot of your own battles to fight as well, which doesn't help either. Okay, feel free to talk about those if you want, in any way. What sort of battles? Everything's we can be fully transparent with each other here, and everything's safe, you know. But obviously, again, not forcing anything. Only talk about what you're comfortable talking about. I'm just saying you are welcome to talk about it here, whatever it is. Oh god damn it. And you see the problem that I have with the game. Not a problem, it's absolutely fine. Because I'd much rather talk to you in a meaningful way than get bull hit this when it doesn't matter, because I'm not even on a run. But I'm sorry to hear that, whatever they might be. Of course, we all have them, yeah. Personal things that get in the way. First one would be to quit smoking. Alright, well I can help with that one. Probably. Because I used to be a smoker. For more than half of my life I have smoked. Not so much cigarettes and nicotine, although tobacco was definitely a big part of it. I I was a big weed smoker. So, what do you mean by smoking? Cigarettes? And we all know where your nicotine habit, if that's the case, came from, right? Cigs and weed both. Yeah, okay. I was the same. So I can completely relate. So from when I was about... I think I smoked for about 23 years. I had breaks here and there of up to a year. But smoking was a big part of my life, and up until last summer, actually, end of last summer, when I finally said to myself, wow, I really don't need to smoke ever again. And a big thing that helped with that was going to Barcelona a year and a half ago for a month. It is a long time, yeah. It's more than half my life. Going into weed clubs there every day, where I wrote a book, by the way, which I'm happy to share if anyone wants to read it. And meeting people that smoked pure joints, and basically through my experience there, once I got used to the strength of the weed in Barcelona, which is very strong because they can sell it, quotes, legally in private clubs, and it's not selling it. That's how it's legal. Loopholes, you don't need to think about that. It's basically they provide weed and you offer a donation in return to the club. But yeah, they had, obviously because of this system, they have very, very, very strong strains of weed. And initially when I first went there, it flattened me. But when I got used to the strength of weed, basically during my months there, I reduced over time my amount of tobacco I was putting in joints and increased the amount of weed. And then shortly after I returned to the UK, I say shortly, probably 6 or 7 months later, or over that time, I was naturally using less tobacco in joints. And then I got to the point where I got rid of tobacco completely in joints. And then shortly after that, I was like, this is good. However, like I always knew, it's not actually that pleasant to smoke a joint without tobacco in. A, because it burns really hot. B, because it goes out all the time. And because of those things, C, it's just a less of a chilled experience where you can't just sort of sit with a joint and just chill. I felt like I was having to either keep inhaling it all the time so it didn't go out, so I didn't have to keep relighting it, or I would have to keep relighting it. And regardless, I had to toke it harder and it would be hotter in my mouth and less and worse for my teeth and the back of my throat and things like that. So I got rid of tobacco and I was happy about that. But it had changed my overall smoking experience. And that's when I started looking into vapes, and I found a really good German, well-crafted, well-made, really good dry herb vape. And I thought, you know what? Maybe it's time to stop smoking, because I've stopped smoking tobacco now through gradually getting rid of it in joints. And I still appreciate the weed, and always will, because weed is it's a useful tool for our psychology, I would say. Always will be. And it doesn't have any of the habitual kind of physically addictive properties that nicotine does with tobacco, right? Got a dry herb vape, Vulcan Craft Aris Ultra, if you're interested in the model. And it changed my life. When I got that, I was like, wow, not only is there no reason to smoke anymore or burn weed anymore, I realized how much weed I was wasting by burning it, how dirty it was because it created ash. And suddenly, I'm using about 1/10 or 1/5, hardly anything in terms of the amount of weed, and getting higher in a much cleaner, healthier, and more enjoyable way than a joint ever did, pure or otherwise. So it's super efficient. You end up taking a lot less weed and enjoying the high even more. and then, oh, you don't want to go to vape because that's how you got into the loop of addiction in the first place. Oh, interesting. Okay, well that was my journey. I over time of about 10 months or so, I lowered the amount of tobacco and got rid of tobacco in joints, and then I switched to vape, and then I actually found myself vaping a lot less than I did smoking. And recently I've just taken a break from weed altogether, which was much easier for me having knocked the smoking habit on the head. So it's interesting that you kind of gone the other way around. You started vaping, but did you start vaping with nicotine though? At 14 you started with vape, slowly moved towards others, and 3 years later having a very hard time. You started without nicotine. Interesting. Wow, so you're only 17 and you've been smoking nicotine and weed a lot. Okay, that's tough. I started smoking weed and smoking in general when I was about 17, 18. And I definitely would suggest that no one under 18, probably no one under 21, but certainly no one under 18, just because of, from personal experience and knowing stuff about the development of a human body and brain, I really wouldn't suggest that anyone under 18 smokes weed or anything really. But obviously you can't go back in time, so I guess what I'm saying is that's an interesting position you're in. Is very different from my experience because I started when I was your age or slightly later. Not to mention different people develop differently, dependency. Yeah, exactly, that too. Yeah, okay, that's a tough one. But you want to be free of it, so that's something. Recognizing that you have an issue is actually a huge step forward, even if it doesn't feel like it. It was interesting to know I can rely more on the weed where you have more of addiction towards nicotine. Yeah, well, nicotine is physically more addictive and more habitually addictive. I think that's safe to say. I don't think weed is addictive at all, but it can be somewhat psychologically addictive, which is why I've used it for more than half my life. And I used it as an escape from reality because I didn't think I could change the world and make it a better place. But recently realised that if I do want to spend the rest of my life changing the world and making it a better place, and I'm going to not live in fear and instead align myself with love for the rest of my life and try my best no matter what happens, that realignment in my life has definitely made it easier to not habitually rely on weed anymore. The nicotine thing, like I said, that was easier for me to get rid of as I weaned off it, using less and less in joints over time. Mind you, there had been many times in the past before where I'd gone travelling for a while or something, or changed my life, changed my situation. And even if I was heavily smoking cigs and joints before that change, the change made it easy to forget about the smoking. So I've never really felt fully addicted to it in the way that you might, and that might be harder for you to get over because you started when you were young, maybe. Just, I don't know, because obviously I'm not you and I wasn't smoking when I was your age. Well, I started when I was about 17, 18. So I don't know. Starting it early makes it very hard. Yeah, because you're still in that developmental stage, so I can see how that would make it more of a dependency. Because you haven't hit a certain level of development before playing with drugs, right? Whatever they be. Caffeine, nicotine, weed, whatever it is. Alcohol. But it sounds like, you know, you at least recognize that you have a dependency and you want to change it. And that is a very positive first step. You regret it, but as you said, you can't go back in time. Yeah, all you can do is try and don't go further. Yeah, absolutely. There's no point thinking, why did I start? Because you can't change that now. So it only makes sense to think forwards. Because if you think backwards and hate yourself for it, that's just not productive, and it's gonna, trust me, that'll make you smoke more. That's a good mental trap that you can get yourself into, is make yourself feel bad about yourself and then think, well, at least I can have a cig or have a joint and it'll make me feel better. That's a very clever trick the mind plays on you to keep you doing what you're doing. And it makes sense, which is why it works, right? I feel bad, this makes me feel better. I want to stop, and I know I will at some point, but for now I just need to feel better to get through this moment, you know. I've been through that mentality many times. It starts to take its toll, yeah. I bet at that age, yeah. I bet you though, we're talking about a different society, right? I like to talk about root causes, and this takes away any potential blame you have on yourself for it, which would then justify more use of it, right? In the way I just described. Is that it's not your fault, buddy. It's the system's fault, really. Because if the system was different, and your curiosity and your natural motivation for being an interested, curious, creative human being was respected and encouraged and fostered by, I don't know what your parents are like, but you know, they are affected by the system, so parenting often struggles, even if they are quotes good parents. But certainly the education system really fucks people over. So you know, I think deep down, if you were living in a system that I'm describing, that would mean that you could get excited about getting up and going to school every day because you're doing your own thing and you're excited to learn whatever you happen to be learning, and you're excited about the future because it's not all about money or passing exams. Instead, it's about following your natural curiosity and drives and seeing how you end up contributing to society, and the whole thing being a super exciting enterprise, which it could be. In such a scenario, you probably wouldn't have even picked up a cigarette or a joint yet. I actually think it's easier to blame yourself than it is to blame society. I think people think, yeah, it's society's problem, but what they're really feeling inside is it's my problem. And it's that self-blame that keeps you smoking. I could be wrong. Does that sound about right? I think it's easy to say that it's society's problem, but it's hard to actually recognize that it's not your fault. Especially as a under 18 kid who's been fucked over by the system and can easily blame themselves for smoking because of it, let's say. That's not to say take away each individual's responsibility for creating society, like I was talking about before, because we are the only ones that can change it. But for someone who's in school, you know, you have to take age and development into account. You got into bad habits, that's way more bad company. Yeah, but again, like, why do you think that activity was even in your in your sphere of, excuse me, I'll close the curtain, sphere of awareness in the first place. It comes from kids not being fully engaged or naturally motivated in education and things like that, right? Okay, approval from others. So, okay, that is another point, especially at your age. You want to fit in as well, especially as an introvert. I get that. You know, you want friends. You want to be appreciated. You want to be accepted socially. We are social creatures, and that's a big part of it. That's a separate point. That's absolutely important. Yeah, that's a very good point, and one that I wasn't thinking about. But again, bad behavior that comes from, like, I don't know, more outgoing people forcing a certain activity like smoking onto someone like yourself in order to fit in. That whole process is probably more important to you because, I don't know, other groups of people or other personalities weren't maybe available in your social groups. Again, because generally there's this underlying lack of appreciation for the education system that you all find yourselves entrapped within. Because if all the kids were like finding their own way and doing interesting stuff and had happy lives or meaningful like young lives in general, I truly believe there would be less room or necessity for, quotes, questionable behavior like taking drugs too early, or, you know, forcing people into social groups if they do a certain thing. Or my point is, the importance on being accepted in such social groups for you is probably more important and more of a focus on your life for you, because the rest of it doesn't make sense. Like the education system, like what you're learning at school, like the friends you would have otherwise made if you were all doing interesting things with your curiosity and your motivation fostered by, you know, meaningful teaching and not, you know, this system that you're currently in. Does that sound right? I again don't want to talk for you, but my point is everything's connected. And any kids that are like get into drugs and then force it on their friends in order to be accepted, they would be less likely to do that if they were more meaningfully fulfilled at school as well in a different system. You know what I mean? Sure, you're going to get different characters, extroverts and introverts. And yes, there's always going to be social acceptance on the table and interpersonal relationships and difficulties there. But if the system made more sense and was geared towards giving kids the best possible education, in the way I'm describing, all of this kind of behavior that you've fallen prey to would be certainly a lot less prevalent, I believe. All of those things are byproducts of one another, or at least you like to cope that way. No, it's not coping. Everything is connected. And that's what I'm saying, yeah. And that's why I said it's not your fault, mate. It's the system's fault. If you do deep down blame yourself and that is a justification for your habitual smoking, I get it. I've been there. But really, and you might say it's easy to cop out and blame it on society, but really underlying that statement might be you don't want to blame society because you really blame yourself. But actually, go easy on yourself, because the whole system is fucked, and that has had all of these knock-on effects on you and your life. So go easy on yourself, you know? because it's actually, ultimately, society's fault. And if you want to read an interesting study about that, have you heard of Rat Park or Rat Paradise? It's a study from maybe the 80s. They put rats in cages, right, on their own. Rats are social creatures like we are. They gave them, on their own in a cage, a bottle of water, normal water, and a bottle of water laced with heroin. They wanted to question whether heroin was actually addictive or whether environmental factors caused heroin addiction, right? Yeah. Okay, you're aware of it. So to cut a long story short then, for anyone else who might be listening, rats in cages by themselves without access to any social, meaningful life, which you can kind of compare with our lives. Obviously, all of them went straight for the heroin water and kept tapping that heroin water like there was no tomorrow. Then they put rats in Rat Paradise, full of social activities and everything a rat could possibly want in life. And they did the same thing. All these rats were running around having the time of their lives in the best possible scenario they could imagine. And they have access to water without heroin and water with heroin. They barely touched the water with heroin. Why? Because they were fulfilled and had meaningful lives. And that's a very important lesson, because the overall narrative that we're often fed is drugs are bad, drugs are addictive, drugs are the problem. But no, society is the problem that make drugs appealing to the point where people get addicted to them because it's a way to escape the society that they're a part of, which is meaningless. So yeah, I just thought of that as a way to, it's not the rats' fault that they kept tapping that heroin water when they were on their own, struggling to find meaning in their cage by themselves, right? It's not the rat's fault. Clearly, because in a different situation, the same rat might have experimented with the heroin water, but then thought, okay, this is kind of taking me away from my good life with all these other rats. I don't just want to sit here in a corner getting high. I want to play with the other rats because that's more meaningful. And then didn't go back to the heroin water. So the heroin's not addictive as such. Apart from the fact that if you do use too much of it, you can get physically addicted to it, but that's a separate point. With getting cold shakes and going cold turkey and all of that. But that's a separate addiction point. That's like a physiological thing. The point is the rats would never have got to that stage if they had a good life. And neither would we. You recently learned about another experiment on rats that was quite interesting. Oh yeah, tell me, I'm not sure I know that one. Rat Park is what I normally go to. Oh goodness. The sun is just happening to peek through the tiniest gap in the curtains into my face. You believe they had 2 rats where they just kept the first subject in water without touching it, and the second subject was constantly rescued from hours to hours. Okay. Interesting. Wonder where this is going. The first subject died very early, within an hour or 2. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This sounds a bit horrible. The second one lasted over 18 hours. Oh, I see. The point being the second one had hope because of being rescued. So it kept it alive because it had hope. See a light at the end of the tunnel, you're likely to fight. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Rather than just give up. Absolutely. Yep. Another reason to try to align yourself, even if all the system and everyone around you seems to laugh at you for it, to align yourself with good and truth and love in your life, because that will make you a more robust human being too. Because you will, through that process, recognize that there is goodness in humanity because you are acting on it yourself. And that will keep your faith in humanity up longer and make you more robust thereby if you do face dangers and life-threatening situations and things like that. And if you do happen to die an earlier death because you lived in such a way, I still think that is preferable, because you'll be able to die happy knowing that at least you tried, and while you were alive, you were living true to yourself rather than living a lie like everyone else. Better that than lasting a few years longer and dying with regret. Personally, that's what I think. You know? Because time doesn't actually exist. And I know this because of my one and only mushroom trip, which was the most powerful experience of my life. And if anyone is struggling with their perspective on things in life, take a good dose of mushrooms and see where you are the next day. It's a fantastic experiment and a very important experience if you need it. And most people do, to be honest. Being trapped in their perspectives as they are, thinking they know the truth about things when they don't. However, respect the mushrooms, they are bloody powerful, okay? You have been warned. And by the way, they're not at all addictive, because it was the best experience of my life and I've only done it once. Because I respect the hell out of them. Oh look, the bull's dead. Bonk. But definitely don't do them until you're 21 plus, probably, on the mushroom thing, because they are that powerful. At least if you have a strong enough dose to really go on a wild trip, shall we say. Which doesn't at all do the experience justice, because it's actually indescribable with words. That's how much of a perspective change it gives you. Yes, you realise that time doesn't exist and material possessions are laughably meaningless, to the point where you actually keep having to check in with your body to realise you are actually still a human being with a material body, because you're just off flying around the universe feeling things that actually mean something, like love and connection, and realising that everything is actually connected and that time and material things don't actually exist, they're just an illusion. And you know, every now and then you realise that your body is actually still down there somewhere laughing its head off, which you realise at certain moments is actually you laughing and not just everyone else. And everyone else is laughing too. And somewhere in the deep recesses of your mind, you are grateful that you have happened to form a tripod with your two friends, so that you can keep yourselves upright and not fall into a nearby fire or pond, while you find yourself occasionally, you know, rubbing your face on their shoulders and feeling physically connected to them and grateful for that, so that your body is at least looked after while you are somewhere else in the universe and everywhere in the universe at the same time. See, I told you it wasn't describable in words. That's the best I can do. And the great thing is, for several weeks, if not months after that, you have an incredible appreciation for reality from such a radical change in perspective that lasts quite a long time. and you feel like you love everyone around you. The next day, I just went for a walk in the forest. You know, saw someone walking their dog, never met them before, and I loved that person and said hi, and we had a nice little chat, you know. It just changes the world. You change the world. You very well remember your first time with weed. It's like you have to get used to know it. Yeah. Yeah, weed is like, it's on the same playing field. It's just, I don't know, like 1 to 5% of the strength of the experience. If you haven't ever done mushrooms before and you take a lot, like I did. But I was 30 at the time, and I was a bit later than 30, maybe 31, 32, and I had the opportunity to have mushrooms in the past, but I hadn't taken them because I didn't feel ready. But at this moment, I felt ready, and that helped too. That really helped me have a positive experience, I think. Because there were moments of fear when I was first coming up on the mushrooms and things started to not make sense anymore. And through that moment of fear, this is a good one for smoking, through that moment of fear, like of losing control, because you have to let go, right? If you fight and try to stay in control, you're going to have a bad time. You have to let go of control. But one of my last-ditch attempts of keeping control, when I realized that something was changing in my reality, was asking someone for a cigarette. I was like, okay, this should ground me, you know. this should help regain a bit of control. This is familiar. Someone gave me a cigarette. I took it. I lit it. I'm not even sure I got to lighting it, but I might have done. And then before putting it to my mouth, I stopped, put it away like at arm's length, and looked at it. And I remember thinking, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is this thing? Why would I do that? and then I just looked at it quizzically, and then put it carefully down on a table or something. Looked at it for a moment, and then wandered off to go and laugh my head off with my friend. And then by that point, it was everything. Nothing like that had any chance of making sense anymore. I had this habit of like always patting my pockets when I'm out and about with people. Like, yep, my phone's still there, my wallet's still there, my keys are still there. You know, my material possessions are still where they're meant to be. Yeah, reflecting on that when I was coming up on mushrooms as well was hilarious. Like, those things just, they're so meaningless that they don't even warrant any thought that they are meaningless anymore. Because you just know they're completely meaningless. They're just material things that don't mean anything. And then you realise your body doesn't matter either, and the idea of sex and weeing and any sort of bodily function was just completely meaningless as well. And then you realise that time doesn't exist either, and time is completely subjective and meaningless too. Which goes with the whole idea of when you actually start, you know, coming back to reality and coming down from the trip, you simultaneously wonder what time it is, and then realise that it completely doesn't matter because the last 4 or 5 hours, whatever actually happened in quotes real time, doesn't matter at all anyway. Yeah, fabulous experience. Hilarious. And because of you're coming from a place of complete human perspective destruction, and you've spent the last, again, time doesn't mean anything, you've spent the last whatever kind of experience that you've had in connected with the universe. I remember ending up in a tree, like hugging a tree. Like, this is when I realized that what tree hugging was all about as well. I ended up in a willow tree somewhere, and I wasn't hugging it. I remember like feeling the hanging leaves on my face and putting it in my mouth a little bit and tasting it, and just generally being one with this tree. And I guess by that point I'd regained some motor function of my body and was wandering around by myself. And then someone who I don't really know that well, but I always felt like we had a nice sort of connection underlying things, called Shana, I think. I heard her voice saying, "Where's Ian gone?" And I was suddenly like, "Oh, I'm here. I'm here. I'm in the tree." And then I wandered over to her, followed the voice, and ended up just kind of sitting right next to her and cuddling her like it was the most normal thing to do in the world. We didn't even know each other that well. And the funny thing is, she was with her boyfriend at the time, who I'd never met before. And the first thing she said was, looked over at him and said, "Is this all right?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, it's fine." But that was the moment when I realized I was coming down out of the, or at least returning to my human perspective, shall we say? Because I actually audibly laid back and said, "Oh yeah, that's a thing." Because I was like, "What's that about?" And then I said, "Oh yeah, that's a thing, isn't it? That's a thing that humans do, like possession of each other and division and control and checking whether this, random act of affection between human beings is okay with another human being that actually has claim to this human being." And then it was like, "Oh yeah, okay, I remember that shit." Coming from a place of ultimate connection with everyone and everything, and ultimate love, by the way. Yeah, that was kind of what started waking me up to oh yes, this human division thing, it's coming back to me now. I just wanted to cuddle the sweet voice that was asking where I was, because it was quite nice to hear that someone cared, I guess. And then it's like, oh, I'm not supposed to do that. Okay, yeah, I remember these weird human rules that we have in this weird society of ours. Oh man, it's actually quite fun to relive that experience a little bit. I haven't done it for a while. It was an incredible trip. Like I say, by hands down, the most incredible experience of my life. And I say that loosely because it also wasn't really my life, if you see what I mean. Because I wasn't me anymore for the duration, in a weird way. I was just one with the universe and love and everything that meant something. But interestingly, there was a moment of there were occasional moments of fear, like, oh shit, am I actually okay? Like, and then I would be like, returning to my body, finding that it's laughing, finding that it's still being held up by two other human beings with all of our faces rubbing on each other. And then I was like, yeah, okay, we're still okay. And then, just flashes of fear. Only flashes, no problem. But there was one thing, I think another human who I don't know that well, but was, occasionally at parties and stuff with our friendship group. I was vaguely aware, that kind of brought me back to my body, that someone came to us in our tripod and said something negative, and my perception of it was I was like this ball of love flying around the universe, connecting with everything, and then some dark orb of darkness was nearby. And then that coincided with Carwin, my friend, one of the three of us in the tripod, me, my friend Carwin, and his girlfriend Cheryl at the time. Carwin said to him, why are you being like that, dude? You don't need to say things like that, or something. And then he wandered away. And that kind of tuned me in with what was going on in my physical body at the time. And it was, I guess it was just some kind of reminder that there are dark forces in the universe too. right? And it's not just all love and connection. Darkness is out there as well. And it was like this kind of anti-love, I guess, ball of fear or darkness or whatever you want to call it, that was just briefly in amongst our human bodies. And so that was interesting. But also, that's not to say that darkness is actually in reality in the universe. Maybe we just create it as human beings. Because it came from a human. I know that much. Whew, how accurate would I say this is? Let's see. Yeah, the visual thing. This is the thing. This is far too grounded in reality for me. A lot of people have visual things like this, I guess. And Cheryl, the girl I mentioned that was part of the tripod, she experienced and described like seeing rainbows and stuff like that everywhere. Although that was after the trip almost, because the only reason I remember her saying that is because I was back in my body and we were back at the caravan park or wherever we were staying that night. She was saying that she could see things, and other people that were there who actually provided the mushrooms, who were like mushroom connoisseurs who picked them all, they often said, yeah, now you see like the gnomes and the fairies, they're actually real, right? And I was like, okay, for me, I basically had my eyes shut the whole time, I think, because I didn't really see anything visual at all. Instead, I was feeling everything. So my trip was very felt. And while I could try to put it in a visual perspective, like a ball of love being out of my body, flying around the universe, connecting with everything, and realizing that everything is actually connected and that that's a fact, and it's far more true than the idea of subjective time and material possessions and things like that are, which just obviously are part of our human perspective and can easily be dissolved, as I found out. I guess my human vision dissolved completely as well, so maybe I went even further than what you see in that YouTube video, and everything melted out of vision as we currently understand it, and I was beyond that. So yeah, everything was felt rather than seen, I would say, for me. Yeah. So that video that you just shared, all that looks to me like is, yep, this is a picture of reality as we understand it in the woods that's a bit distorted, and absolutely nothing anywhere near approaching a descriptive, actual representation of how you feel on shrooms. Although, if you take less of a what's the word? Of a dose, if you take a smaller dose, I think what happened was I actually said, can we just have like a cup of this mushroom tea that isn't too strong because it's my first time? And I later found out that what the woman had done is, instead of like selecting what would be a smaller dose, she actually just emptied the bottom of a flask into a mug and gave it to me. So it was actually probably the strongest mug of mushroom tea that she could have provided to me. I think that's what happened. So I ended up having probably a very high dose for my first ever time. Yeah. And I'm very grateful for it. I'm very grateful for it. Because, like the great Terence McKenna said, the great psychonaut of the 70s, 80s, whatever. There's a lot of Terence McKenna on YouTube if you actually want someone who can describe mushroom trips to you. He does a much better job than I do, probably, having had many of them. He said, don't go half in. If you want a true perspective change, go fully in, right? Deep dive into having a good solid dose of psilocybin. Because that's the way to really open your perspective up. And he's right. I can tell you that much. At the end, you are just someone sitting in the control room trapped by your mind. Yeah, the human perspective is a very funny one. Not gonna lie. But you can only see it as such when you've freed yourself from it. And you've got a step of the way with weed, because weed helps. This is why I'm always going to be a weed advocate. It grows naturally. There's absolutely no reason human beings should ban it other than out of fear and control, which are the only reasons they have banned it. By the way. Not because it's bad. It's because they fear it and they want to control it and other human beings. That's the only reason anyone's ever banned a natural plant growing on planet Earth, right? Trust me. Instead, they are very useful tools, like the great Bill Hicks said. Shout out to another fantastic American, by the way. Like the great Bill Hicks said, not all drugs are bad. Okay, some of them are great, and doesn't it seem a bit paranoid to you that something that grows naturally on planet Earth should be controlled and banned? Isn't that coming out of fear? Absolutely is. Stuff like that. So I would. They are and he also said, Bill Hicks again, they are weed and mushrooms and things like that. They are God's accelerator pad for our evolution. And that's definitely true as well, because if we want to evolve and move past our current, like you described there, being trapped in our human perspectives, a very accelerated, quick fix for that is to give everyone the same amount of psilocybin that I had. Everyone on the planet. Because the next day the world would be a fantastic place, I fucking guarantee it. That's not to say that some people won't suffer, right? Because it can show you dark things as well. But like I say, the darkness comes from you not letting go and trying to control, rather than trusting in the process, trusting in love, and forgetting fear. Acknowledging it like I did, because it did crop up occasionally, and fear has its uses, because it helped me just make sure that my body wasn't falling into a pond or something while I was flying off around the universe. If you try to over-control it, it will show you bad things. You will maybe have a bad trip, but what you will always find is that you learn something meaningful from it. What you don't like about weed, the reason you want to quit, is the dependency you develop. Yeah, but that's not a problem with weed, though. We've talked about this with the rats, right? You like to think you've got a bad genetic component towards addiction. Okay, that might be a factor, true. However, I think more likely is, like I've had a dependency on weed for 23 years, right? Coming from someone who knows, longer than you've been alive, I have felt dependent on weed, right? I know for sure that dependency isn't a dependency because of weed and because of what weed is. It's a dependency that's come purely from the fact that my life has been meaningless, and I've used it as a way to escape that meaningless life and find some meaning in it again. That's why I was dependent on weed, not because weed develops dependency. Just like the rats in Rat Park. None of them became dependent on heroin, and people would argue at the time, which is why the study was so good and probably widely discredited, that heroin isn't actually addictive. Except physiologically, if you have it enough, you can develop a physiological dependency on it, sure, but that's a separate matter. You have a very hard time leaving it, probably because you don't feel like you can change your life. You don't feel like you can escape your reality except for with weed. Am I right? You feel bad if you don't have it. And there's nothing else you can do to feel good. The reason for that isn't because weed is the only thing that makes you feel good. That's a good way to sum it up. Okay, I'm glad I'm right. The reason for that isn't because weed is the only thing that makes you feel good. It's because everything else sucks because of the way we make it suck. So therefore, weed becomes the best thing in your life. And I've had that experience for the last 23 years, best part of, on and off. So I feel like I can speak with some authority on it, having had more weed for over more years than you've been alive. Not wanting to sound like I know my stuff or being egotistical at all. I'm just saying I'm not coming from someone who doesn't know, if you know what I mean. It sort of makes boring things interesting. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And the things you find boring feel boring because of the context they are a part of. Because I've changed my life recently since having a break from weed and focusing on my stream work and making the world a better place through having good conversations with people like you, right? Like right now. Like we are having a meaningful conversation, and this sort of activity is more likely to change the world and make it a better place than anything else that I can possibly do at the moment. Is speak truth, try to help other people see truth, align themselves with truth, remember that it's not their fault that they find that hard and become dependent on whatever it is, like in your case weed, in someone else's case work, in someone else's case food, in someone else's case Netflix, you know. Plenty of things that we can get addicted to are available, and in fact, many of them are only there to make money from people's dependency on them, to the point where that money generation relies on people being depressed. I mean, that's how fucked up our society is. And that's what can easily change if we all decide to stop doing that. Easy to accept than just the fact you are a boring person. No, like, you clearly aren't, mate. You know the truth. I know that you know the truth because of what you're saying. You recognise the issues with the education system, you recognise the issues with the system at large, you recognise how it's all linked. And you're only 17. And you've smoked weed and stuff for the last 3 years, so that's actually pretty impressive. You're actually in a very good position. Because someone else might be in a completely different form of disillusionment that's much harder to escape from, where they don't recognise the root causes, even if they still blame themselves, like I think you are slightly. At least, well, maybe not slightly. Which, again, only increases the dependency on the thing. And it's not the thing itself that's the problem. What I've realised is weed, in a similar way to mushrooms, but mushrooms being 100%, 1,000, 10,000% more powerful, right? Highlight things that are wrong and ways we are living lies, and are a very useful tool for us as such. They highlight things that are wrong, and they can do that by giving you a bad time and make you feel fear as you try to over control them. That's highlighting that you need to start letting go rather than trying to control everything, right? That's an important lesson. They highlight the meaninglessness of the material world and the fact that we put far too much emphasis on it, you know? Such as me getting high on mushrooms and going, oh yeah, laughing at myself for the hilarity of checking all the time whether my phone is in my left pocket, my wallet and my keys are in my right pocket where they should be, when they are meaningless material things that literally mean nothing, actually, in the grand scheme of things. they open you up to the grand scheme of things. They open you up to the overall objective, meaningful reality of reality itself, and completely destroy our mental entrapment of the human perspective, which has been completely locked in, made rigid, and enforced upon us by society and the stupid systems that we live by every day and propagate every day by virtue of not challenging them when we should be challenging them every day until they change. And trust me, you are not a boring person. You know what's what. I know you know what's what. So don't blame the weed. Blame the root cause. Always find the root cause of the issue. I am, if nothing else, a problem solver at heart and a philosopher in my soul. I love thinking outside the box, looking for the meaningful perspective, putting things in context. And as such, I always look for the root cause of issues and make sure I don't blame something incorrectly, such as you for being dependent on weed because it's not your fault. Weed for you being dependent on weed because it's not weed's fault. The fault is with our system that makes you easily dependent on weed because it's better than everything else in your life. And there's a reason for that. The reason is everything else in your life sucks. And it needn't suck. And that's the root cause of your dependency on weed. Because if your life was better, you'd be able to, have weed occasionally and put it down for ages because you're happy and meaningfully fulfilled in your life. In a meaningful context, having meaningful relationships and friendships with like-minded people doing similar things to what you're interested in. You live in Rat Park, right? You can take or leave that heroin water and most of the time just go for the normal water. Because you are happy, you're fulfilled, you're content, you're meaningfully productive. You're living a good life, like all of us could be, if we decide to. But it's all of our responsibilities to stand up for that truth and stop living a lie. Not that I'm telling you what to do. I'm just saying it is all of our responsibilities. That's just a fact. Because the only reason things are how they are is because we, all of us, together and individually, make it that way every day through how we choose to live our lives. It's easier to run away thinking it could always be worse. Yep. That's a big problem with Western society, right? Because for the most part, we are comfortable, quotes. We are comfortable. We have enough food, we have enough shelter, we have enough water. The discomfort comes now, unsurprisingly, in our mental and physical health epidemics, right? Issues. From feeling mentally trapped, unable to actually live a meaningful life, through blaming ourselves for feeling how we do when we do have so much comfort in life, through overeating and over binging on stuff in general and becoming unfit and unhealthy because of that, because we find it hard to realize simultaneously how we live a comfortable life that we should be grateful for and how we are so depressed regardless. But the fact that we are physically largely comfortable, people are scared of at least losing that and think, you know what, at least we have a good life compared to those people in Africa or whatever it is. And interestingly, that good life that we lead depends upon those poor people in Africa who are dying down mine shafts every day, mining our cobalt and our lithium for our rechargeable batteries and our gadgets. And if you want to educate yourself about that, read Cobalt Red. I recommended this book yesterday. But it's important to put that point that you say things could always be worse into context. Because yes, while we do live a comfortable life, I'll type it. While we do live a comfortable life in the West, that comfortable life is built upon the misery of other human beings halfway around the world, which we conveniently keep out of sight and out of mind. It's available on websites for free. You can download it as an EPUB if you look for it carefully. I probably shouldn't tell you where. But the point is, don't let money get in your way of educating yourself, because important information should always be freely available to everybody. And fuck money, basically. However, if you do read it and then you subsequently, while we live in a monetary system, want to support the author, absolutely do that as well. But I'm just saying, if you look that up and think that's too expensive, I'm not going to read it, have a search online. You'll probably find a free version. If you have a Kindle or an e-reader, you'll be able to read it easily, or just on your computer screen. Important information in that book, and shout out to the author. Siddhartha Khan or something, I think his name is. Although, take away some of that shout out if he has already made a lot of money from it, which I believe he has, it being a bestseller. And apparently it's still costing a lot of money to buy, which I do not agree with at all. Once people hit financial stability of any kind, it is their responsibility, if they are actually doing meaningful work, to provide that meaningful work to as many people as possible to change the world as best they possibly can, and not charge money for it where it's unnecessary to do so. Otherwise, shout out to the author. It's a fantastic book. Everyone should read it. Yeah, there's a lot of truth about the reality of our global society, and anyone who thinks we don't live in a global society, we have done now for, a long time, enough to fuck up the other side of the planet and other human beings, in order for us to live comfortable lives with new gadgets every day, Oh, I actually need to change that. My TV was about to turn itself off. Although it is 11:25, and we have been streaming for 4 hours, and I am kind of tired now, and I'm still not very well, and I probably should stop talking, but it's been a fantastic chat. And good to see you again, dude. I wasn't sure I would see you again because I think you only popped in here briefly before. You may have lurked in between, I don't know, but anyway, nice to see you, nice to get to know you, nice chat, meaningful chat. This is what we do here. As you can see, the gameplay suffers for it, but that doesn't matter. That's the sign. If I'm sat on a Sekiro loading screen for ages, that's the sign of a good stream. You've been here and there, okay, yeah, cool. But yes, I hope that's helped in some way. Don't blame yourself if you just think, yep, this is all fantastic, this is all true, I know what's what now, but you still go and have some weed, because that's what happens. Don't blame yourself for it. However, one day this might actually help, and who knows, you might find yourself speaking to other people about it, and changing the world in your own way. I am a knowledgeable one. Well, thanks, I appreciate that. I guess I am a lot older than you, so with age comes wisdom, I suppose. We can all hope anyway. But it's nice to know you appreciate it as well. Although that goes without saying, when you have a meaningful conversation like this, you know that, you just know that it's good for everybody, You would say keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to, don't worry. Yeah. I can't live a lie anymore. It almost drove me to kill myself. So now that I know that living a lie almost drove me to kill myself, it's impossible to keep living a lie. So really, it's all good. I for sure gave you many insights which hopefully will help you. Well, me too, dude. But you like to think I have potential to change someone's life too. Well, I mean, you're that person right now, Ultimately, it's up to you. But I'm going to keep being here every morning, doing what I'm doing and seeing where that leads. It might even lead to a political party one day, because I was talking yesterday about political, practical ways forward for helping people who are in financial traps with seemingly no possible way out. At least they have a vote, right? So, or we can give them a vote. And I'll say, look, if you want to be out of this financial trap, I'm going to make it my life's mission to get you out of it and give you every opportunity to live a better life. All you have to do is vote for me. And I will give you that power, because I don't want any power myself. Okay? And I never will. And if I ever seem like I do, don't listen to me anymore, because I've been corrupted. But I really don't think that'll happen. Talk doesn't mean anything if you can't act upon it. Well, you can act upon it. Whether you will anytime soon, it doesn't really matter. Obviously, arguably the sooner the better. But, I've only just started really changing my life, and I'm 41. So you're 17, you have time. You have time. You're still young. Give yourself a break. But I know from what you've told me that your heart is in the right place. You know what's true. You know what's right. I know time doesn't exist. Yeah, I know. Let's not go down the mushroom trip again. It is just a perspective, yes. But while you're in that perspective, you have time. And you can use it how you wish, and you will use it how you wish. When you start aligning yourself with what's true and good, you start surprising yourself, because you start witnessing your life and seeing it as an adventure and finding it interesting every day what you might end up doing. And it's a very cool way to live. Easy for me to say, because I'm in a very different situation than you, but I truly believe it can and does apply to everybody. They just have to find their right way at the right time. I said time again. At the right moment. Let's say moment. Yeah. So don't beat yourself up. You have truth and goodness within you, and that's a fantastic start. Yeah, you take care as well. I will go and try to take care of myself and hopefully get over this cold. Yeah, have a wonderful day, and I look forward to seeing you again, whenever that might be. And if not, much love and all the best to you, buddy. Choose love, not fear. And anyone else listening in the background, have a wonderful Thursday. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Take care, everyone. Love you all. Bye for now.